Now entering ring A, we have our group of 4 to 6-year-olds, group 1, coming in the ring. We'd like to welcome you all to our Northeast All-Breed Spring Show. We are here at the Farm Credit East Show Ring, starting our showmanship classes. Entering ring B, which is the one close to the bleachers, we will have group 2, which is our 7-year-olds. Our judge in ring A today is Beth Roberts. Beth is currently a manager at Cedar Lane Farm in Old Wick, New Jersey. The farm consists of 1,800 acres producing corn silage, alfalfa haylage, high moisture corn, and dry hay. Cedar Lane Dairy is made up of 80% registered Holsteins and 20% registered Jerseys. The farm has been on the top 10 BAA list for several years. The dairy at Cedar Lane has had animals nominated for All New Jersey, All New York, All American, and All Canadian awards. Cedar Lane Farm is a dairy of distinction that has won many awards in producing quality milk and production awards from U.S. Holstein. The farm is also used as an education facility for Princeton University, Rutgers, and Del Val. Beth enjoys promoting the registered dairy cattle at the farm and has opened the farm to tour groups, young and old. She has helped organize the NESA competition at the farm and hosted the state judging competition for many years. Ms. Roberts has a degree in animal science and agricultural business. She won an international study abroad scholarship to Germany, where she managed a production Holstein herd. Beth has also worked in dairy nutrition for several years at Blue Seal Feeds. She enjoys developing and working with great cattle. Her outside interests include gardening, fishing, and skeet shooting. It's great to have you here in the center of our ring today, Beth, judging our showmanship classes. Our judge in Ring B today is Bill Taylor. Bill is a manager at Cedar Lane Farm in Oldwick, New Jersey. He has been there for 18 years, overseeing the crop and dairy division. Cedar Lane consists of 1,800 acres. It produces dry hay, corn silage, alfalfa, and shelled corn. The dairy herd consists of 80% registered Holsteins and 20% registered Jerseys. The BAA for the Holstein herd has made it the second highest in the nation based on its herd size. Currently, the Holstein herd is producing 29,000 pounds of milk, 1,200 pounds of fat, and 1,000 pounds of protein. The Jersey herd is producing 19,000 pounds of milk, 900 to 1,000 pounds of fat. Somatic cells average 75,000 or less all year long. In recent years, Cedar Lane has had numerous All-American and All-Canadian awards. Bill has judged shows on the local, state, and national levels. He is a 2001 Klusendorf winner. On his time off, Bill enjoys fishing, deer hunting, and helping his grandchildren develop showing cattle. Last but not least, we appreciate Bill being here today to help judge our showmanship contest.
So what a way to start the morning. We have this great group of young people in front of me, and not a single one of them had a mistake happen. Nobody got upset, and no animals got loose, so we're starting the day in a great way. This is not a placings class, this is an experience class. I went and talked to each individual, gave them little tips and hints of things that I think they could do better, complimented on the things that they excelled at. I also expect them this week, for the rest of the week, if they have adults that they admire and they see things that they want to know and learn more from, that if a child approaches you, please be helpful and give them guidance on how to become better their techniques, so as they come in as older children, they're able to be more competitive. I'd like to congratulate you in New England and New York and all the other people that came to participate, because this is the future of our shows, and to me the future looks really great. I didn't have a single kid that didn't tell me that they weren't having fun. Even the ones with the unruly animals were having fun. So this is what makes it so that we have great shows and keeps the future of our shows alive. Thank you everybody for coming in and participating and doing a great job. I appreciate all your time and efforts.
Congratulations to all of our Group 1 showmen. Participating today, we had Bradley Burrington, Keaton Connard, Reese Parsons, Emerson Russo, Daphne Carrick, Brantley Plass, Teddy Hall, Lucy Theriot, Nash Audette, Violet Chandler, and Nora Rida. Great job to all of our little showmen. Now entering ring A is group 3. These are our 8-year-olds. It's on. Just skip him a few steps.
All right, thanks. Well, good morning. I have our 7-year-olds here this morning. Go ahead and give them a round of applause. I'm sure there's the parents out here and grandparents watching. These young kids did a really nice job. I started with the girl leading the jersey cap. She came in the ring. That cap always is presented as nice as possible. She's holding its throat, and she was the only one of these 7-year-olds that had that knowledge and was doing it the whole time. Well, sometimes she pulls the cap a little close to her and gets her a little crooked, but we talked about that, and she did a really nice job. The girl following here in second has the knowledge. The cap leads good for her. She just has to learn now to make the heifer look better by keeping her feet underneath her and placed underneath her. But I like the way she's worked with this calf and has her well broke to lead. Then I have the third and fourth place here. Both these people are doing, young ladies are doing a great job. They've leading these heifers really well. They have the knowledge of setting up their feet and doing a nice job. I didn't mind having a little coaching along there with them at this age. I think it keeps them encouraged, and I don't want anyone to be discouraged from coming out here and enjoying this show. And I appreciate, and I think they both got some good mentors to watch and keeping them going along the way. Really nice job all the way down.
Congratulations to Peyton Maddox winning our Group 2 7-year-old class. Second place to Hannah Ruff. Third to Elizabeth Hertz. Fourth to Cecilia Carrick. Fifth to Jade Gorton. And sixth to Austin Audette. Congratulations to all of our 7-year-olds. Great job. Now entering ring B is Group 4, our 9-year-olds. Here at our Farm Credit East show ring, we have Cosmo taking photos of our showmanship classes. Those photos will be online and available later this week. Eastern States Exposition, one of our largest sponsors of this show, is sponsoring our live stream for those of you who want to watch live. And the Northeast All Breeds Spring Show has sponsored cash awards for all of our showmanship participants. Thank you to all the sponsors of our show.
congratulations to our second class that we have in this ring today. I'd like to start with this young man with his young heifer that's coming around. He's got a very quiet and easy way about him. He moves easily with his heifer. Every time I come around, he sets her up, the back feet are right. When I come from the other direction, he changes the back feet again, and he does it in a very subtle, simple, beautiful way. It's not forced, it's not made, it seems like it's almost natural. And I thank him for a beautiful job today. Thank you. My second place winner is a young lady that had a heifer that's not necessarily the easiest heifer in the class to lead, but she kept herself together. When I went around, she's the one that's throating the heifer in the neck. She's using a little bit more advanced skills than some of the other participants in the class. Also, with feet placement in the back, as I went on both sides of the heifer, she was a little bit quicker than some of the other participants in getting the placement done correctly. Thank you for coming. My third place, I like this combination a lot. They look beautiful when they come around the ring. We discussed about a little bit of throating, a little bit of tucking in the tail head, and also a little bit quicker on placement of the rear feet and legs when we're setting them up in the ring. She did a very nice job, and I thank you very much for coming. This little guy and I have a little conversation going on. He tells me he's not shy, so it must be he's kind of a fighting tiger within this little body. He doesn't give up. He keeps smiling, and he does a really nice job. I told him I think he has it in him to be a great showman. Only thing I'd like to see a little bit different is more advanced skill sets as he gets older and quicker on his feet and legs. My next young lady did a beautiful job. She pairs up very well with this heifer. When they first came into the class, it was kind of like a stroll in the park, and then when we came around our last corner, she got very aggressive and decided she was in this and she wanted to win this. I told her that we start our show from the very beginning when we first enter the ring, and we not to carry that all the way through right to ribbon placement. She did a nice job, and I appreciate her efforts. My next gentleman had a heifer that's a pretty good size heifer and can be a lot to handle. He never got upset. He never got shook up. He kept her under control and didn't crowd into his other exhibitors. I told him I'm pretty sure he's going to be a great showman, and he looked at me and smiled. So that's usually what happens, and I appreciate his efforts and him coming out today. Round of applause for a great class, and thank you.
Now entering ring A is group 5, our 10-year-olds. Placings in group 3 are 8-year-olds. First place was Mac Parsons. Second, Alice Chittenden. Third, Margot Audette. Fourth, Andrew Rida. Fifth, Isabel Burrington. And sixth, Liam Connard. Great job, everybody.
Let's give this class a round of applause today. I think we had a pretty handy winner out here today. This young lady leading this brown Swiss calf presents the calf very well at all times. The calf leads almost perfectly for this young lady. She always does a good job keeping her throat pulled, presenting the calf the way you want to see her in the ring. I did talk to her a little bit, she needs to work on getting the calf set up a little quicker and keeping her feet underneath her. But she's doing a really good job out here today. Following in second, the young man also doing a really good job. I like the way he always kept that red calf looking at the best. It leads really nice. He did a good job at switching the feet back and forth. The one thing I talked to him about was he did have the only calf with a set of dirty ears out here today, so need to just get a little alcohol pad on those in the future in the showmanship classes. Just it's one of those things that we look for is cleanliness. The young man here in third did a really nice job. Maybe just needs to keep the head up a little nicer on that heifer at all times to present her a little nicer. The girl I have in fourth, really nice showman. She has the showman part of it down as good as anybody out here today in this class. The calf needs to get a little cleaner as far as the cleanliness out at the wash rack, getting some of the stains off her legs and that type of thing. And then the young man I have out here in fifth did a really nice job. He was the only one I saw that was using his feet on the back legs. For me, that's a no-no. I don't mind it on the front feet. But when you get behind them to touch the back feet, now you've potentially lost control of the animal, and she's leading you, and you're no longer leading it. But a really nice class all the way down. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our Group 4 participants. First place to Lorraine Kuhn. Second to Lucas Scorton. Third to Thomas Poro. Fourth to Kaylee Schonecker. Fifth to Dante DeCintio. Sixth to Caleb Keever. And seventh to Haley Adams. Congratulations to all of our 9-year-olds. Great job, everybody. Currently in Ring A is Group 5, our 10-year-olds. And now entering Ring B is our first group of 11-year-olds, Group 6.
round of applause for this set of showmen. My top two pair are quite exceptional. I told them it's kind of a little bit like a dog fight. That's why we swapped up animals and we traded it around a little bit, because they're very, very similar in their technique, they're very similar in their style, and they're very similar in how they present. It's very clean, it's very crisp, and it's beautiful to watch. That's part of being a showman. Make it beautiful. Own it. When they swapped off animals, they assessed the animal, they walked up, they adjusted it, and they made it so that the animal was set up the way that they thought the animal presented its best self. This is what makes a good showman. My first over second, the first was a little bit quicker in feet and legs, and also smoother in her transitions as she went around the ring, and I appreciate that, and congratulations. My second place, she is beautiful. When she walks in, it's a nice pace. It's very professional. She does a beautiful job, very comfortable and relaxed at the ring, and did a great job when we changed animals. My second over my third young lady did a really nice job. She's getting better and better. I can remember her last year when she went and showed. She's in it to win it. She wants to do better. She just needs to be a little bit more polished, as my first and second place are, to get higher in the class today, but I have a funny feeling come fall time it's happening. She promises me that. So Mom and Dad, you make sure it happens, okay? My gentleman that I have next, I really like the way he stays calm. Sometimes the heifer likes to swing around. She likes to push. She does a beautiful job. He keeps her collected, keeps her moving. I told him same thing. What's going to get him higher in classes and bigger competition is the smoothness, the ease, and the quality of his transitions, as in our first and second place winners. My next individual, he's very quiet. He's very easy in how he moves his animal, keeps her collected. The only thing I need is a little bit more advanced skill set, a little bit quicker in feet placement when he goes and sets up his animal. My next young lady, she did a beautiful job. The only criticism that I have is that as we get set up, square in the front legs and proper placement in the rear feet. My next individual, she told me it's her first time showing. I looked at her, I said, "You're doing a very good job." She smiled and she said, "Thank you, that's what this is." I can see where she's going to go and keep moving forward as time goes on, and as she gets experience, she will move further up in the class. Thank you all for your participation in helping these young people today.
Congratulations to our Group 5 participants. Winning our class is Hannah Adams. Second place to Braylon Bowen. Third to Mackenzie Carpenter. Fourth to George Hoffman. Fifth to Jesse Hoffman. Sixth to Alexa Campbell. And seventh to Carly Stone. Congratulations. Now entering ring A is our 11-year-olds in Group 7. Our judge in Ring B today is Bill Taylor. Bill is a manager at Cedar Lane Farm in Old Wick, New Jersey. He has been there for 18 years, overseeing the crop and dairy division. Cedar Lane consists of 1,800 acres. It produces dry hay, corn silage, alfalfa, and shell corn. The dairy herd consists of 80% registered Holsteins and 20% registered Jerseys. The BAA for the Holstein herd has made it the second highest herd in the nation based on its herd size. Currently, the Holstein herd is producing 29,000 pounds of milk, 12,000 pounds of fat, and 1,000 pounds of protein. The Jersey herd is producing 19,000 pounds of milk, 900 to 1,000 pounds of fat. Somatic cell count averages 75,000 or less all year long. In recent years, Cedar Lane has had numerous All-American and All-Canadian awards. Bill has judged shows on the local, state, and national levels. He's a 2001 Klusendorf winner. On his time off, Bill enjoys fishing, deer hunting, and helping his grandchildren develop their love of showing dairy cattle. It's great to have you here in the ring today, Bill, judging our showmanship. Our judge in Ring A is Beth Roberts. Beth is currently a manager at Cedar Lane Farm in Old Wick, New Jersey. The farm consists of 1,800 acres, producing corn silage, alfalfa haylage, high moisture corn, and dry hay. Cedar Lane Dairy is made up of 80% registered Holsteins and 20% registered Jerseys. The farm has been on the top 10 BAA list for several years. The dairy at Cedar Lane has had animals nominated for All New Jersey, All New York, All American, and All Canadian awards. Cedar Lane Farm is a dairy of distinction that has won many awards in producing quality milk and production awards from U.S. Holstein. The farm is also used as an education facility for Princeton University, Rutgers, and Del Valle. Beth enjoys promoting the registered dairy cattle at the farm and has opened the farm to tour groups young and old. She has helped organize the NESA competition at the farm and hosted state judging competition for many years. Ms. Roberts has a degree in animal science and agricultural business. She won an international study abroad scholarship to Germany, where she managed a production Holstein herd. Beth has also worked in dairy nutrition for several years at Blue Seal Feeds. She enjoys developing and working with great cattle, with some of her most significant judging experiences from being the Maine State Holstein Show and Kempton Fair. Her outside interests include gardening, fishing, and skeet shooting. It's great to have you here in the ring today, Beth, judging our showmanship classes.
round of applause for this group of young people here. I don't know what to say. You're bringing them out to me in pairs. My top two showmen in this class, it's like splitting hairs. The gentleman that I have in first, they both answered the questions that I asked, and I ask very hard questions because I want to see what they really know. And what they wanted to change in their animals was correct. The answers and what we worked on how to be better showmen and to present those animals was correct. The only thing that kind of differed is one was a little bit quicker in paying attention to me and making his changes on his animals as I approached and as I walked away and as I spun around and looked at him. Great showman. Thank you very much. I can't wait to see you in the next round. My third place individual, I really like this guy. He's come a long way. I think the first time I saw him, he might have been toward the bottom of a showmanship class. He's very calm. He's collected. He keeps his animal together. He doesn't get phased. He does have one of the biggest animals that's here in the class, and he does a great job. Thank you very much for a well-deserved position and great job taking care of your animal. My next young lady, she's coming. She is coming. The only thing that we need to do is be a little bit quicker because the kids ahead of her were a little bit quicker and a little bit cleaner. She kept an eye on me as to where I was, and for these reasons, this is why she places ahead, and she has an animal that's a little bit quieter and behaves a little bit better than my next two animals. I'm not taking anything away from my next two showmen. These animals are not the easiest. They spun around like whirling dervishes at different times. My two young ladies took it well. They kept them collected. They got them back in line. They did a nice job. I like seeing people that don't get upset and can stay calm in a tricky situation. My next showman, she has the biggest heifer that's in the class that sometimes pushes around and gets a little bit aggressive. She does a good job of keeping her together and not letting her fall apart. She will improve as the time goes on, and I am sure we are going to see her marching up the line. I've enjoyed all of them today. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Congratulations to all our participants in Group 7. Winning our class is Logan Van Evera in first place. Second place to Rowdy Pope. Third to Derek Abbott. Fourth to Lydia Skoda. Fifth to Madison Fuller. Sixth to Paige Chamberlain. And seventh to Caroline Murdy. Congratulations. Currently in Ring B, we have our Group 6, our 11-year-olds. We will be asking our first and second place winners, starting with Group 2 and higher, to come back to compete for our overall champion showman. We do have a bench sitting here by the announcer table. The wood was donated by Kingswood Farm, and it was handcrafted by Paul Brodeur, and that will be presented to our overall champion showman when we wrap up today. We're very appreciative of this gorgeous bench that we'll be presenting to our overall champion showman.
Let's give this class a round of applause. Your parents out there, your 4-H leaders. I thought this pair of girls I have in first and second came to the top of this class really, really easily. They have this down pat. They know what they're doing out here. They present these animals as correct as possible at all times. The girl that's leading the class today, I think she studied the manual. She watched the videos on what we're supposed to be doing in showmanship. I saw her just walk that animal in here, presenting it politely, correctly to the judge, but yet fast enough that she allowed the rest of the class to get in. The minute that last calf came into the ring, she spun around and started showing the calf and did a really nice job. I did talk to her a little bit. She needs to relax and just kind of tone down that you might tend to just overshow that calf a bit. When the judge stops you and she's set up perfect, you need to relax and enjoy the view because it's a pretty calf. Don't keep poking her in her sides or her top. She doesn't need that, okay? So relax, have a good time. It's about having fun, but it's also about showing an animal to the best ability. Both of these two girls do that. I just really enjoyed watching both of them out here today. I know it took a little longer than normal, but I could watch these two girls lead these calves all day, and I think anyone could split them either way and change the way they go. That girl in second presents that brown Swiss heifer flawlessly. She keeps her head perfect. She keeps her throat pulled up on her all the time. She's really quick. She's probably the quickest one out here at getting her set up when the judge asks you to. Nice group to top the class today in first and second. Really good. It's split there. The girl that I have coming out in third, leading the bigger heifer here, needs to let that heifer just get her head up, get her neck stretched out a little bit. She tends to push her a little bit backwards, and it's probably because she's pushing her, and it's all the control thing. But keep working with her, but you're doing a really nice job. The girl I moved up here in fourth does a nice job with that calf. I kind of missed her over there, and I apologize for that, but I got her moved up in the spot where I was comfortable having her here today. Then I followed her with a bigger heifer with a girl here that's leading that heifer. Coming in heat, a little harder to handle, and a little squirrely out there for her, but she did a really nice job with her. The boy with the black calf, we used him a little bit today. I think hopefully I was teaching him a lesson about pulling the throat and how it changes the look of his calf. He has a nice calf. He just needs, at this level, needs to be learning to pull the throat. And then the one I have coming down here with a white calf just needs to keep leading that calf and teaching her how to set her hind legs. But all of you did a really nice job. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our Group 6 participants, our other group of 11-year-olds. Our winner in first place is Emma Utterbach. Second to Mackenzie Ennis. Third to Giovanna DeCintio. Fourth to Kaylee Rida. Fifth to Mackenzie Schonecker. 6 to Logan Russell, and 7 to Gabriel Canary. Congratulations. Now entering Ring B is Group 8, our 12-year-olds. In Ring A is Group 9, our 13-year-olds. We have our animals placed in ring A, so we're looking for group 11, a group of 15-year-olds at ringside. Group 11, 15-year-olds should be at ringside.
I'd like a round of applause for this group of young people that we have in the center of the ring. I started off with my class with two ladies that are very, very highly competitive. It's kind of like a little bit of stare down as to which way I was going to go. You saw me trade out animals between certain pairs of leads people. I wanted to see how they acted under pressure. My first place showman, grace under fire is the only way to explain it. When we went and traded out with the smaller heifer that's behind her, she looked at me, she goes, the heifer's roached up, I think I would do this, I think I would do that. This is what I want to see in advanced skill set and how they look at the animal. I also dropped the leads to go and see, do they pick them up, do they collect them, do they keep everything together? And she kept it all together and she changed it and she owned it, so this is why she's in first today. My second place leadsman, I really like the way this young lady works with her heifer, always pretty. Pretty on the move, pretty when she sets up, pretty when she needs to change. When I change her to another animal, same thing. Always pretty. Pretty and graceful makes it fun to watch. When we're watching animals show and how they're presented, it makes you want to be in tune with what's going on. Very nice job. My third place, very nice. Okay, heifer does not always behave the very easiest. I traded you off with my next animal, which was a brown Swiss, also not the easiest to lead sometimes in the class. She kept it together, kept the animal together, feet placement moved along nice and fast like I wanted to see, and when I came around and asked questions, she answered with the appropriate answers, which made it easy to do. My next showman, I love the way she moves with her animal. They're a beautiful pair. They work well together. Advantages and skill sets that were above her, these are all things that they can change, and they will change as time goes on. My next young lady has a beautiful heifer that she worked really well with, presented well most of the time. Heifer has tendency to want to go and pull out a little bit. She did her best to keep her together. Little things, she's going to be moving up in the classes as the years go on. My next showman has this beautiful Guernsey calf, and she came out and she answered her questions appropriately, might have been a little bit slower in the way that she sets up her feet and legs, but I'm not going to take anything away from her today because she did a beautiful job, and I commend her on a nice, well done performance with her animal. My next showman had a little bit of difficulty when she came around the ring. The heifer took the gate out. The calf got upset. The leadsman got upset. When we were working with our animals, we got to try to maintain that calm, because that calm is what that animal feeds off. If we have a lot of anxiety and nervousness, they feed off that as well. In closer inspection on the heifer seems to have a blind spot in her eye, so that could make it so this is a little bit more difficult heifer to work with. When they both calmed down and worked together around the ring, it was very peaceful and beautiful to watch. She kept her animal under control and did a nice job. Thank you. My next heifer, some of the things that we discussed about what we could change. This young lady was right on point of how she'd like to change her heifer, and maybe when they go to breeder, maybe what she would look for in a sire. Very, very educated in her answers, and I appreciate that. Did a good job at keeping the heifer together. The people above her a little bit quicker in sets. My gentleman, he was a little bit difficult for me because he came in, and I thought this was going to be it. He did a beautiful job presenting her. He's a little bit laxed, but I like that calm and easiness. If he's a little bit quicker on the halter, a little bit quicker on the placement, I believe he will go further and higher up in the class. My next gentleman has a heifer that kind of is a little pushy and a little bit unruly. He did not get upset. He stayed calm. He did the best he could at the moment. He had great answers to his questions, and I appreciate the job that he did with him. My next gentleman, I am going to take absolutely nothing away from this young man because this heifer behaved very well for him. He's done a lot of work, a lot of patience, just needs to work a little bit on the skill set to get a little bit higher in the class today. Thank you for a great day, and I look forward to the next class.
Congratulations to our Group 9 exhibitors, our 13-year-olds. First place to Constance Sawyer. Second place to Madison Ryda. Third to Peyton Lucas. Fourth to Tenley Chittenden. Fifth to Ella Field. Sixth to Charlotte Choate. Seventh to Savannah Judd. Eighth to Carries Wood. Ninth to Caleb Marsh. 10th to Coughlin Mullen. And 11 to CJ McNeely. Congratulations. Now entering Ring A is Class 11, a group of 15-year-olds.
let's just give this whole class a round of applause. They've all done a really nice job. But go ahead and give an extra round of applause to the young lady that's leading that heifer out in first place here today in the showmanship in this class. You talk about fluid motion and just peaceful to watch and graceful. It took me about a minute or two to decide who was going to win this class, and then it was from there on what was going to happen to the rest of them. I just love the head carriage, the way she keeps that heifer's head not too high, but not low, just very collected all the time. Always her and her heifer just move really smooth together here out today. It's pretty to watch, and she makes it look easy. I will say that for her. And the girl in second has all the knowledge, but just not quite as smooth and as quick as getting her set up as that young lady that wins the class. But she does a really nice job leading the heifer out there today. The girl leading the Jersey heifer, third and fourth, were my closest placings today. Both of them, I think, are a dead spot on as far as leading. You could flip a coin which one you want to have third, which one you want to have fourth. The girl leading the brown Swiss that is in fourth, it's a really small thing, but when you get right behind her, she had a little straw stuck into her belly hair. Just one of those things. Always check the top, the bottom when you're out here. You're sending a cow out to the ring and anywhere as it is, whether it's your county fair or the World Dairy Expo. Just make sure that all the basics are covered first. Then the young lady I have out here in fifth showing this Jersey, not the easiest heifer to show by no means, because she's kind of put together in awkward spots, but the young lady did a really nice job presenting her to me. She has all the basic skill set to compete with the rest of them. Just a hard heifer to make look better. Then the young man here that coming out with the red heifer, really calm and collected, does a good job leading this heifer. There again, she had quite a bit of a straw and shaving stuck into her belly hair, and I used that as my placing between these two, the Jersey heifer and this one here, young man. Then the ones down here, just not quite as, heifers aren't quite as well broke to lead, not quite quick about getting them set up and changing the feet back and forth and presenting the heifer as much as possible. I think obviously we kind of split there from the top to bottom. There was a lot of experience level. I think we've got same age kids, but yet a lot of different experiences, and I hope they keep coming back and keep doing a good job for us. Congratulations to all of them.
Congratulations. Congratulations to our Group 8 participants, our 12-year-olds. Winning in first place is Bailey Bowen. Second place to Caitlin Sibley. Third to Maddie Poitras. Fourth to Kaylin Tompkins. Fifth to Abigail Conroe. Sixth to Gibson Ross. 7 to Tiffany Schultz. 8th to Andrew Conroe. 9th to Haley Spicker. And 10th to Hadley Herling. Congratulations to all of our Group 8 participants.
like to make an announcement while we're here. This is Bill Davenport. I'm the Litchfield County 4-H educator, and this is National 4-H Volunteer Week. And this morning, it was officially announced that one of our people in the ringside here is the National 4-H Volunteer of the Year, and it's Dave Buck, and he's over in the with a plaid shirt. Dave's going to stand up and wave. Stand up and wave, Dave, and your wife, Tamara. There are over 500,000 4-H volunteers in the country, and we just found out that this morning, and he's got a dairy club in Southbury, Connecticut, and he's here, and some of his members are showing right now, and I thought I'd just give him a shout out and have everybody congratulate him. Congratulations, Dave, National Volunteer of the Year.
round of applause for this group of showmen today. My first two pair, very, very aggressive. They were at each other from the moment they stepped into the ring. They were quick, they were snappy, animals were prepared, they were presented, and they always kept them looking nice. So I tried to swap it up and give them different animals and see how they could handle a different situation. My first place showman, I'm going to give a little bit of advantage to because she showed a little bit different technique with the calf that's with my second place showman. And I told her she's got to soften up a little bit, which I can't believe I'm saying this, but there's something about showing, and like I said, it has to be pretty, it has to look nice. And my second place showman has that softness and niceness, but maybe a little bit more aggressive would be kind of interesting. Both a very great pair of showmen. I enjoy watching both of you. I prepared to see great things happen towards you as we go through fall and you perfect yourselves and your skill set. My third place showman's another great showman. I've seen her jump up, jump up, jump up as the years have gone on. The jersey, and we've swapped heifers, and sometimes a bigger, heavier animal is not the easiest to show. She did a really nice job keeping it together. I think it's the experience with that animal that gave her advantage over my next showman. The heifer that I have with my next showman is not the easiest heifer in the class to show. She did a great job showing her own animal. Maybe would have liked to have seen her keep the animal that I switched her off with a little bit more compact and a little bit more together. Both beautiful showmen and a great credit to themselves. My next showman was a little bit difficult because stunning, pretty, beautiful. Maybe not as quick as the showmen that were up above her, but I think with a little bit of time and a little bit of purpose, she's going to climb up through the ranks. My next showman is a very good showman on an animal that's carrying a little bit of extra weight, but did a beautiful job in presenting her and making sure when I saw her, she was very well put together. My next showman had some difficulties with her calf, but she kept everything together, kept the calf moving at all times, presented her in a very efficient and well manner. Little things of like tucking in, keeping her together is going to help this showman move up as the days go on. And I believe that she has the full potential to move higher up as the class as the year goes on. Thank you for your participation.
Congratulations to our Group 11 participants. In first place is Olivia Van Evera. Second place, Lydia Ridley. Third, Taylor Lawrence. Fourth, Natalie Hill. Fifth, Bella Roll. Sixth, Sage Schrader. And seventh, Whitney McLean. Now entering Ring A is Group 13. It's part of our 16-year-olds. Currently in Group B is Class 10, 14-year-olds.
let's give this whole class a round of applause. They worked hard. The young gentleman that starts the class here today, this calf just is broke to lead. Like she never ever makes this a challenge for this young man. She just walks gracefully around the ring. She always takes those nice small steps, and he's right in time with her the whole time. Her head's up, her top line's straight. He keeps her that way at all times. Take nothing away from the young lady here that I have in second. She's also doing a tremendous job showing this calf. I think just maybe worked a little harder at it. It's one of those things, you know, you have to pick and choose which one you're going to go with, the smoother or the one that's working a little harder. But that calf, that the young man that starts the class, just made this look so easy today. As far as leading, I think they both are exceptional showmen today. I think they did a really nice job of having first and second. Take nothing away from the girl I have out here third with the bigger jersey heifer. She's kept it collected underneath her all the time, shows it, keeps her top hard, and a big heifer that's got a large calf in her. Sometimes they tend to sag a little bit in their top, but she's done a really good job keeping the feet underneath her to make her look hard in her top line. The young lady I have in fourth, she knows why she's fourth and not third. The very first time we had them out here, and I stopped them and was checking to see how the feet placement was. She didn't change the feet placement, but she knew she did it. I went back a couple times, and she did it correct each time. The young lady I have here in fifth, did a really good job showing that white calf. When I get around in front of her, she needed to show me the front of the heifer a little bit more. Then I think the lady that comes out here in sixth with this heifer that has been a little unruly the whole time out here, she hasn't wanted to participate and have fun. But it was just her stick to it. It was incredible because I probably would have given up, and she didn't. She stayed with it the whole time. The young man taking it in here, going out next, just needs to get her head up a little more and lengthen her out a little bit in her neck. And I think it kind of split here, right in this area of the class, about the number of experience they had, how many times they've been to a show, and how aggressive they get. But they're doing a really good job. I appreciate them coming out here and doing a good job. The animals are clean. They present them right. Just needs to have a little more aggressiveness about where they want to place in the class.
Congratulations to our Group 10 participants, the 14-year-olds. Our class winner in first place is Aiden Schonecker. Second place to Lila Utterbeck. Third to Caroline Allen. Fourth to Alyssa Rowe. Fifth to Lucille Hoffman. Sixth to Emmeline Paquette. 7 to Connor Wills. 8 to Colin Chamberlain. 9 to Avery Hutton. 10 to Ava Wood. And 11 to Andrew Bagley. Congratulations. Now entering Ring B is Class 12, a group of 15-year-olds. We're looking for group 15, the 17-year-olds at ringside. Group 15, 17-year-olds for ring A. Be at ringside.
Big round of applause for this group today. You guys are bringing them out in pairs. Once again, my top two showmen, I really like the style, the accuracy. They're right on point when I look at them. When I traded them out with each other's animals, they did a very well presentation and representation of how they should look in the ring. Feet and leg were almost on point every time I went and looked. Eye contact was maintained throughout the time they were here in the ring. Attentive, aggressive, but not overly aggressive like they want to take me out and beat me up. So I can appreciate the intensity and their drive to want to win. My third place showman, very, very pretty on the move. When I switched her out, she looked pretty on the next heifer. Keeps the animals together, moves them around in a nice, efficient, beautiful way, keeps the feet underneath them. That's what I like to see, especially when we're showing heifers. When I asked questions, the answers were right to point, and she was totally accurate as what she was going to do, how she was going to do it, even when she was on somebody else's animal. My gentleman showman, once again, very calm, very relaxed, presents very well. I like him on his own heifer that rather better than I did on the heifer when I swapped him out. Still a really great showman. The young ladies ahead of him a little bit quicker, a little bit sharper on point. My next young lady with the beautiful dark jersey, pretty. Pretty to watch, pretty presentation, flowing as she moves across the ring. That advantage of the prior showman in feet placement and speed is what places her where she is today in the class. We discussed it. She's going to be moving up in the future. My next showman didn't have the easiest heifer in the class to show. She can be a little bit pushy, and she shoves around. I didn't realize how pushy till I held the halter. But she does a great job showing her own animal and presenting her to the best of her ability and the best that the heifer can look in the ring today. Beautiful job. My next showman, I told her I'd like to see her a little bit more assertive, a little bit more quick to the trick is getting the feet done and getting them set up, and she's going to move up in the class today. My gentleman has the smallest calf in the class, first time out, a little bit squirrely, a little bit bouncing around, but he did a great job keeping her together, having her in control and not falling apart in the ring, and it looked really nice, and I appreciate you coming out and giving me a great presentation. Thank you.
Congratulations to our Class 13 participants. Winning our class was Olivia Myers. Second place was Danielle Trinkle. Third to Devin Delamater. Fourth, Levi Blood. Fifth, Megan DePaul. Sixth, Katarina Leach. Seven, Hope Miller. And eighth, the Logan LaSala. Currently in Ring A is Class 15, our 17-year-olds. Currently in Ring B is Class 12, a group of 15-year-olds.
Let's give this group a round of applause also. I think we had a group out here I think they're 17-year-olds. They've all, some of them have had a little more experience than others. The young lady that wins the class, I think pretty easily with a Swiss yearling, they can be a handful, but that heifer, she presented it smoothly, correctly, always had her head up, always kept her feet underneath her, was very quick about keeping her, moving her feet when I was moving from side to side, and made it look pretty easy and fluent, and no real issues here. She did a really nice job showing that yearling heifer. Following the young lady in second with the smaller calf. There again, just always kept throat pulled up on that calf, kept the head straight, kept the head carriage nice, really well broke calf to lead. She has done a really nice job. The young man I have out in here in third, I saw him out here all the last 3 days leading this calf around, and every day it seems like it's been going a little better, and I rewarded him for that today. I think he deserves to be up here in this spot. He's got all the leading the calf correctly, keeps the head correctly, moves the feet back and forth. I'd just like to maybe clean her up a little bit and let her like down in her legs, get her white a little more white. And then the young lady I have out here in fourth, done a really nice job. Just needs to relax, stand up straight, be proud, you know. And I think the heifer will follow you along really smoothly. Just have a little more fun while you're doing it. Then the Jersey here could be a little squirrely at times. He handled it all right, never got frustrated, would get her straightened out, there she goes again, get her feet underneath her. But they can be temperamental, but he stayed with it, kept his patience, kept everything good, and followed down just the experience. These kids above you have had a little more experience, been in a few more shows than the rest of you have today. But take this as a good practice session and keep coming back.
Congratulations to our Group 12 participants. Winning our class is Emily Kuhn. Second place to Sophia Figler. Third to Caleb Bush. Fourth to Avery Canary. Fifth to Stanley Meacham. Sixth to Taryn Burns. 7 to Caleb Shaw. And 8 to Nick Madsen. Now entering Ring B is Class 14. It's the second half of our 16-year-olds. Our judge in ring A today is Beth Roberts. Beth is currently a manager at Cedar Lane Farm in Old Wick, New Jersey. The farm consists of 1,800 acres producing corn silage, alfalfa haylage, high moisture corn, and dry hay. Cedar Lane Dairy is made up of 80% of registered Holsteins and 20% registered Jerseys. The farm has been on the top 10 BAA list for several years. The dairy at Cedar Lane has had animals nominated for All New Jersey, All New York, All American, and All Canadian awards. Cedar Lane Farm is a dairy of distinction that has won many awards in producing quality milk and production awards from U.S. Holstein. The farm is also used as an education facility for Princeton University, Rutgers, and Del Valle. Beth enjoys promoting the registered dairy cattle at the farm and has opened the farm to tour groups, young and old. She has helped organize the NESA competition at the farm and hosted the state judging competition for many years. Ms. Roberts has a degree in animal science and agricultural business. She won an international study abroad scholarship to Germany, where she managed a production Holstein herd. Beth has also worked in dairy nutrition for several years at Blue Seal Feeds. She enjoys developing and working with great cattle. Some of her most significant judging experiences were at the Maine State Holstein Show and Kempton Fair. Her outside interests include gardening, fishing, and skeet shooting. It's great to have you here today in the center of a ring, Beth, judging our showmanship classes. Our judge in ring B is Bill Taylor. Bill is a manager at Cedar Lane Farm in Old Bank, New Jersey. He has been there for 18 years, overseeing the crop and dairy division. Cedar Lane consists of 1,800 acres. It produces dry hay, corn silage, alfalfa, and shell corn. The dairy herd consists of 80% registered Holsteins and 20% registered Jerseys. The BAA for the Holstein herd has made it the second highest herd in the nation based on its herd size. Currently, the Holstein herd is producing 29,000 pounds of milk, 1,200 pounds of fat, and 1,000 pounds of protein. The Jersey herd is producing 19,000 pounds of milk, 900 to 1,000 pounds of fat. Somatic cell count averages 75,000 or less all year. In recent years, Cedar Lane has had numerous All-American and All-Canadian awards. Bill has judged shows on the local, state, and national levels. He is a 2001 Klusendorfer winner. On his time off, Bill enjoys fishing, deer hunting, and helping his grandchildren develop showing dairy cattle. It's great to have you here in Ring B today judging our showmanship class, Bill.
let's give the round of applause to the kids I have out in front of me here, and I think they're the 17-year-old group, are part of it anyway. I have a close player at the top of the class today. I think both of them are equally good at show people out here. The young lad that starts the class today has all the skill set. The heifers broke really well to lead and walks. They move very fluently together. Take nothing away from the young lady in second. She's a great showman. She has all the skills. Unfortunately, she has a little menorah on one of that heifer's legs, and it's the only one out here like that. It's a small thing, but it's the small things that make you first or second at these showmanship classes, and that's how I called it today. Like I said, I'm going to have to tell one of my convince Beth here in a few minutes that I had the kid that could be the master showman, and I don't think she's going to allow me to convince that one, but she might the other one, so I had to place him the way I saw him today. The young lad in third is doing a really nice job presenting that smaller red calf. Leads really good. It's maybe a little more aggressive, maybe be a little more, hey, I want to be up in second, I want to be first, and you'll find yourself there. The young lady in fourth, heifer likes to just push a little bit today, but she stayed with it all the time, didn't give up, kept it a distance that she needed to, so didn't distract from the class. I gave her some time, and she pulled it together, and the heifer she can set it up correctly when it wants to. She has the skill set, but the heifer sometimes doesn't quite cooperate. And then I think it kind of split there. We have older 4-H students, so maybe kids that just don't have quite as much experience, quite as much time out in the show ring as the other ones above her, but they've all done a really nice job.
Congratulations to our Class 14 participants. Our winner is Preston Peabody. Second place, Krista Friel. Third, Jacob Couture. Fourth, Rory Phelan. Fifth, Lizzie Kadzik. Sixth, Star Flateau. And seven, Julia Schrimmer. Now entering Ring A is the 18 and older class, Group 16.
I'd like a big round of applause for this group of young people that we have in the ring. This was not an easy class. I tried it one way, I tried it another way. I flip-flopped animals, I flip-flopped kids. I pushed them, their calves pushed them, their friends' calves pushed them, and this is kind of how it shook out in my mind. My first place pair, I really liked the way that they worked. They're aggressive. They wanted to win today. They came wanting to win today. We had a few pointers as we went around. The young lady, I placed her on 3 different animals and tried to see how she handled adversity, and she did really well, kept it under control, kept it together, kept the animal underneath itself, and did a nice job of presenting. Thank you very much. My gentleman that I have in second, not the easiest heifer to show here, but he did a beautiful job, probably better than anybody else in the class, keeping her feet underneath her, not letting her stretch out, keeping her in motion and looking graceful throughout the whole class. When I switched him on another animal, He did a very good job at keeping that animal square and also changing feet and legs. When I walk around and I give you the chance to go and change that, I'm not doing that for my health. I'm testing you to see if you're changing those feet and legs when I come around to the other side. So please take account of that as we come around. My third place, the young lady told me that her heifer is in heat, and a hot heifer is not always easy in the ring. She did a good job. I wanted to test her out and see what she would be like on a different heifer. She did a nice job keeping the animal together and composed. And when her heifer is acted up in the ring, she stayed calm, helping keep the heifer stay calm, which makes all of our lives in the ring easier. Thank you very much. My next young lady has a beautiful heifer, sometimes stretches out a little bit. I put her on another heifer, sometimes stretches out a little bit. So keeping those feet and legs underneath them and looking square when I see them and not giving me a bad look helps go and place higher in the class today. I'm not taking anything away from her because the way that she handles them, the smoothness, the calmness, you've got to admire that. And it's just very classy to watch when she's in the ring. My next young lady had a heifer that acted up towards the end of the class. Beautiful heifer, nice combination. Has a tendency to lift the tail head, needs to have that tucked in, but she shows advanced skills with switching the legs in a decent amount of time and also throating the heifer, making her look more feminine and presentable as she goes through the ring. My next gentleman has another heifer that's kind of a little difficult. She likes to stretch out. She likes to move. She likes to do some interesting things. And he does his very best at keeping her together, keeping her underneath herself, and presenting her at all times. He was a little bit quicker on the changing of feet and legs than my next gentleman. I'm not taking anything away from my next gentleman because he is very calm on the halter. He's like a cold cup of water. He doesn't get excited. He doesn't get upset. It's just constant and consistent, and you like that. My next young lady did a beautiful job presenting her animals, and when I changed her up on a different animal, she did an equally good job presenting, just needs to be a little bit quicker on her transitions. And my next young lady did a really nice job. The only thing I'd like to see is that when she's showing, she keeps the feet and legs underneath the heifer, a little bit tighter package, so when the heifer is presenting and I look over and see her, it's more uniform. She's very graceful on the halter. It's very pleasant and beautiful to watch, and I congratulated her on a nice job. Thank you.
Congratulations to our Class 15 participants, our 17-year-olds. Winning our class is Emily Grant. Second place to Jason Bagley. Third to Charlize Canary. Fourth to Emma Robin. Fifth to Madeline Perry. Sixth to Jacob Shaw. Seven to Mason Pryor. Eight to Talia Watson. And ninth to Haley Bartlett. Currently in Ring B, we have our last group of showmanship participants, group 16, 18 years and older.
Well, let's give a round of applause to the senior kids out here, the last class before we get into our master showman. I had 5 kids in this class, and I think you could flip them any way you want to. Different people would see them a different way. On a different day, maybe I'd see them a different way. The top 3 were a little, for me, I had to analyze how I wanted to do this. The young lady starting the class doesn't have the easiest calf to show in the class here today, but not one time did I ever turn around and not see that calf looking its 100% best, plus even a little more. She has that desire to win. She always was that giving me that look like, hey, I can do this. I'm doing it right now. And she's one of the doing a really good job showing that brown Swiss calf today. The young lady in second has the calf leads really nice, doesn't make any wrong moves. It's a fine line. She doesn't have quite that same aggressiveness about her, but yet she's a great showman. She's can show anywheres and anything and do a great job. She's done a wonderful job out here. The young lady in third, there was moments when she came into the ring, I thought I had her best showman. I think she has maybe the easiest calf to show in the class, and then there would be times I would catch that calf not looking its best. And when you're in a show, that's what you're supposed to be doing, is making sure every time that judge peeks at you that you got it right out there doing the best. Then I have my pair of jerseys, the 4th and 5th. They can run with those top 3 anytime, and I've told them that. It's a fine hair we're splitting here today. I just like the way those top 3 were presented, a little more quick about getting them set up and a little more attentive to the judge in the ring, but take nothing away from either one of these girls. They've done a great job. The young lady coming out here in 5th, it just the heifer doesn't want to. It takes very tiny steps, and it's hard to get it to. It wants to always keep its feet square underneath her. I gave her several times to try to get it to correct the hind placement, feet placement, and it just wants to keep them all together at all times. But take nothing away from the young lady. She's done a nice job. Heifer's very well trained to lead. Then I have my brown Swiss pair here. Both these heifers lead well. They do a good job leading them. No issues here. And all the way down, everybody's done a really nice job. Thank you for presenting them to me today.
Congratulations to our Class 16. First place to Grace Balo. Second to Sarah Hill. Third to Kylie Jordan. Fourth to Reagan Johnson. Fifth, Madison Knight. Sixth, Braylee Livingston. 7, Caitlin Brown. 8, Kyla Dayan. 9, Abigail Putnam. 10, Lauren Bryant. 11, Leah Noto. And 12, Maya Haynes. Next in the ring will be our Master Showman competition. Entering the ring are our first and second place showmen competing for Master Showman of our show today. From Group 2, we have Peyton Maddox and Hannah Ruff. From Group 3, we have Mac Parsons and Ella Chittenden. Group 4, Lorraine Kuhn and Lucas Groton. From Group 5, Hannah Adams and Braylon Bowen. Group 6, Emma Utterback and Mackenzie Ennis. Group 7, Logan Van Evera and Rowdy Pope. From Group 8, Bailey Bowen and Caitlin Sibley. Group 9, Constance Sawyer and Madison Ryda. For our Master Showmanship class, our judges Beth Roberts and Bill Taylor are judging this together. They are both your judge. Group 10, Aiden Schonecker and Lila Utterback. Group 11, Olivia Van Evera and Lydia Ridley. Group 12, Emily Kuhn and Sophia Figler. Group 13, Olivia Myers and Danielle Trinkle. She okay? Group 14, Preston Peabody and Krista Friel. Group 15, Emily Grant and Jason Bagley. And Group 16, Grace Balo and Sarah Hill. Class is complete. Our class in the ring is competing for overall champion master showman of our show today. And our champion showman is going to win a gorgeous bench that was handcrafted by Paul Brodeur, and the wood was donated by Kingswood Farm. It has a lovely plaque on it to make it a memory item for our winner of our Master Showman class today.
Well, first off, I want to congratulate everyone out here today that participated in the showmanship. Those that are still back in the barn, everyone has done a wonderful job. Beth and I have both enjoyed what we've been doing out here today. We see cattle the same. We enjoy working with the youth. It's been a lot of fun. We pulled out, I think, 9 here to select our master showman. We've decided we're only going to make one. There's only an award for one master showman, and then the rest of you are all going to leave here thinking you're reserved, because we're not going to pick a second, because you're all deserving of being reserved here. Each and every one of you has done a wonderful job. For me and Beth, we picked these heifers and these kids out here. They've all done a great job. They've worked hard. They presented these animals very, very good. I think Beth and I agreed what we wanted to do. And with no further ado, I'm going to just walk out here now, and I'm going to pick your master showman. For me and Beth, we both agreed with this young lady right there. Congratulations. I had the privilege of judging her in the class, and I commented about how fluent she was, how easy she makes this showing cattle look. Always has that heifer's head presentation absolutely perfect. It makes the heifer look 100% all the time. She's just really smooth. She walks, she glides. The heifer's clean, the tail's clean, no stains. It take nothing away from the rest of you youth out here. You've all done a fabulous job. It's been a privilege for Beth and I to do this today. I mean that from my heart. But only one winner, and I think we have one that's a very deserving winner. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our master showman, Bailey Bowen. we think we have all of our contestants.
All right. So this was a new class for this year, and this is in memory of Bill Bartlett. Bill was well known for his love of showing cattle. For as serious as he was about the show ring, he also had a fun-loving side. Whether it be water fights at the campground or pick-up floor hockey games in the Mallory Complex, Bill's desire was for everyone to have a good time. Please join us in honoring Bill's memory by laughing a little as you watch the first annual costume class in his memory.
Oh, I wasn't expecting this. Hi, I'm Kat, and I'm a grandma.
Hi, I'm Karis, and I'm a ballerina. I don't know why this is. Can you make sure that mic's off? Hi, I'm Gibson, and I'm a hippie.
Hi, I'm Emily and I'm a marshmallow.
Hi, I'm Caitlin, and she's a donut, and I'm a baker. Hi, I'm Dakota, and we're linemen.
Hi, I'm Rory, and we're going to the beach.
Say the same thing. I'm Andrew and we're going to the beach. I'm Lydia and we're a gumball machine.
Sam Brody, and we're going camping.
I'm Brody and I'm going camping.
I'm Abby, and I'm going camping.
I'm Maddie. I'm wet paint.
I'm Kaylee and we're cookie monsters.
I'm a cookie monster and the cow is the cookie. I'm Jesse and this is my horse.
I'm Hadley and this is my Chick-fil-A cow.
Are you going to talk? This is Elizabeth, and she's ice cream and a spoon. This is Starter Riot, and she's Swiss cheese, and I'm her wine.
I'm a minion and she's Gru.
This is Lilla the bunny in her Easter basket.
Elsie, can you say it?
Say your name.
We're Elsie and Marjorie as Elsa, Anna, and Olaf.
He's the best.
Hey, I'm Sienna
I'm Sienna.
and this is my sheep and little Bo Peep.
And the people and sheep.
Little Bo Peep, good job.
Hi, I'm Austin and we are Easter bunnies.
Easter buddies.
Hi, I'm Margot and we are rock stars.
Rock stars.
Hi, I'm Kelly and we are princesses. I'm Paige. Oh my gosh. And I'm a hockey mom and she's my kid.
Hi, I'm Whitney. I'm Amazon delivery driver, and this is Amazon box.
Hi, I'm Logan. I'm a leprechaun.
I'm Daphne and this is Scooby-Doo. I'm Aviva from Wildcrafts and this is my cheetah. And this is my resin. And this is my banana.
Not shy there.
Hi, I'm Waylon, and I'm a green bag.
Say, we are the otter. I can say it. We are the otter bead cling and we are grease lightning.
very hard to pick. So, fifth place, we have the leprechaun. All right, in fourth place, we got Grease Lightning. Third place, we got Going Camping with Brody and Abby. All right, in second place, we have Frozen. In first place, we got the Scoop of Ice Cream, Bill's favorite.
Great job, everybody, and thank you for coming out for the first annual costume class. Don't be afraid to come back next year.